Good morning, everyone. 8Bits here with a happy Monday. Oh, and of course, Sophie. Hi. She comes running up as soon as I start. She's like, "Oh, you're sitting at the desk. You're going to be talking now, right?" Yeah, I know. All right. What is going on? So, what happened after stream? Yesterday, streamed in the morning, right? And then went to go see the movie Tron, Ares, right? The new one. I like the new one, but I still feel like it's missing a little more, I don't know, coherent connection to the previous ones. I don't know. But I liked it. Right. It's definitely worth trying to see. Of course, we got the little package things here. So sort of see it. Just turn it on. Maybe you can see it. There. It's the popcorn bucket. So like a little metal tin popcorn bucket. It's got a little glowy light to it. Hi, Soph. Why are you bumping me? There's only 3 here. That's it. You'll have to wait. All right. Outside of seeing Tron, I worked on the game some more. I probably, I don't know, spent a couple hours yesterday at this. And hopefully, I think we'll be able to finish it today. So I don't see a problem with that. It may not be all on stream, but we'll finish it off today. And what do we have news-wise? I don't think there's a whole lot. I'm looking. I don't really see much. Right? Yeah. So let's just roll on in and start trying to get some work done. All right. I'm in the right one, right? Yeah. All right. Yesterday, for the remainder part of the day, here's what I was working. Sophie, you have to wait. Yeah, you do. I know. How about, all right, so we look at the room, right? This is the room now. We have a better balloon. That took me like 2 hours yesterday. Almost 2 hours to get this thing the way I need it, right? Because, like, yeah, it's just a better balloon. I pretty much just stuck with, like, solid colors with doing stuff. And so I just made it, like, really a red, some yellow. Yellow is pretty much the same all over, except for some of the shadow here. And the red. So, and then I updated the basket. So I think the basket looks a little better. Of course, I added in the sheep and the trees from the tower defense game because I was in there and that's where the ground came from, is from my tower defense game. All right. I also updated. This has been a busy weekend. I also updated my avatar app. Yeah, I know, Sophie. Sit. Just stop. That's it. You got to stop. Right. So I updated the avatar app. and then updated some of the graphics in here. So while I was obtaining some of the things I needed from like the tower defense game, because I wanted I don't know, I was all over the place. While I was in the tower defense game, because I wanted the grass, I grabbed the sheep and trees, and then I made a tower. I kind of fudged it here. It's not great, but it's okay, right? These people, we're gonna move. All right, so we have the people there. We have a better balloon now. And welcome in, Fuzzy. How are you doing today? How's your Monday? All right. I think I need to make these a little more viewable, right? So we're going to go in. All right, let's get rid of this one. Don't need it. We're going to do this. And we want to make these a little brighter, I think. They do like a dark gray. Maybe that will. It might be not enough. Well, that might be okay. No, shit. I was trying to mess around and get the game so that it runs on a browser. Let me switch it back over. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Okay, I think these are okay. All right. So I think I need to make the border just a little bigger for viewability as well, right? So I think that's in room. I think that was under viewports here. And we did 90 on the Sophie. Knock it off. She is grumpy at other people in the morning. Does not like it when they walk out in front of the house. She does not. Yeah. So we're the house that here, right? There's sidewalks out front. And sometimes they hit the gravel that's between like our patio and then where the sidewalk is. And she's like, I do not like it. She's like, they do not need to be there. Exactly. How dare they walk in front of our place? I know. And of course, it's usually when they have a dog, right? Because she wants to bark at all the little dogs, because, you know. So this morning, I think she started at like 4:30. There was people walking their little dogs at like 4:30 this morning, and they walked past here, and I heard her from one side like run up to where the balcony door was, so she could go out on it and like bark at them. She was grumbling and making noises. I was like, "What are you doing?" Huh. All right. Was this it? Is this what I needed? So vertical border object. This is for viewport. Vertical. I think 90 was too small. I think we're going to change this. All right, remember that we were on 90. We're going to do, I don't know. How about 120? And let's run it. Because I think that is when the balloon gets close, it changes how much of it you see. All right. So under the balloon, we want a collision with, we're just going to do a collision. We're going to make a collision with the tower. Let's do tower drop off first, right? If you collide with the tower, you get destroyed. And then we should have a small little, I don't know, we'll put this in things here and do like a you lose menu, right? So Fuzzy, what have you been up to? I know it's Monday, so week is just kind of starting, but no, don't land on the people. All right, you should be making contact there. Why are you not making contact? You feel like a rat that, oh wait, I missed one. You have a bad habit of doom scrolling all week. Yeah. Okay. So I find I do doom scroll as well. It helps sometimes. Like I'll turn my phone around so I don't see it when it lights up with messages or anything. I try to not go on the apps very much, right? Try to limit my checking them because there's nothing ever good on them. It's just uselessness. just uselessness. I don't know. It's become so ingrained into us, like the fear of missing information, right? You like pick the phone up and you just start scrolling stuff. Like I've even thought, I was like, oh, what if I don't know, if I remove some of the stuff. So what if I remove, I don't know, the apps, right? Because I don't really need them. I can do stuff here on a computer with it. That'll help. At least for a while, right? You got to get back into the habit of not wanting to check them all the time. All right, that's pretty close. That's there. How about this one? That one's pretty close. So we said object tower drop off. Instance destroy. Right. I don't know. I don't know how else to really get around it. Like the doom scrolling stuff. All right, so right now, if I'm hovering there, I want to be moving to the right. So the problem is, I think it's looking for that connection point. Because once that hits in there, then it starts to go. All right, let's adjust it. If we put it there. What do we have? 32. How about we just do 33, 33? And we'll make this one the same thing. Come down and bring this guy back up. Don't land on the B-bolt. All right, this should be colliding, but it's not. Why? Because I messed up. That is why. I bet, right? I had to have messed up. Oh, no, they're in there. Tower, pick up, and drop off. Oh, I see what I did. I see. I see. Come back in here. add the other collision, tower pickup. And we'll just do the same thing. Now it should work. All right. What happened? So, step in. Unable to find instance for object index. What? 5. Object parent. The hell? So it's in here. What? Object parent passengers, which is what we're in. Step 0 here. Line 8. Or this. Maybe it's this. No. It is this. X minus object player dot X. What's this? What about it? Unable to find instance for the object. Oh, it's because I destroyed the object, and so therefore it doesn't see it. That's why. All right, it's looking for it. So it needs to be in the game like all the time. Well, let's think about that. So what I'm doing is when the balloon touches the tower, it gets destroyed. The problem I have with that is then and it looked like it also, we're gonna make it precise. So the object comes over, right? The balloon, it hit the tower. The little people freak out because there's no balloon. In here. So I think we need to say something like if instance maybe exists, and we're going to say object player. Then, oh, I keep forgetting the S on that. Instance exists, object player. Brewer, welcome in. You'll be up and down for a bit, but you'll be lurking. You got VIP. Look at that. Yep. Make sure you get your coffee if you haven't yet. Coffee is important today. It's important every day. But You already got it? Excellent. So we're saying if instance exists of this, we want it to do this. Right? So I'm thinking we can move all this inside it. Let's tab that in. And if it doesn't, if it exists, it does it. If it does not exist, we just say exit, else exit. All right, we're gonna see. Yeah, so yesterday, I mean, I played a little bit of some games, right, for a little. After going to see the Tron movie, came back. But there we go. That fixed it. That was pretty close, though. Like, it looked like it wasn't as close as I wanted. Start it again and try it again. So the collision's happening before it actually touches it, is what it looks like. I was not paying attention. There's ads. Okay. So I'm gonna take a quick. Be right back. I'm gonna refill up my coffee, and I will see everybody shortly. So hang tight, and I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Looks like ads are over. So this worked there. I did it this way versus, like, I don't necessarily even need to try to hold the ID anymore. So originally I was trying to make it so that the balloon, try to remember which passengers it picked up. So I was making it use passenger's ID, and then I was trying to put it into like an array. That's what I'll like here, right? However, I was also trying to give it like ticket holder and all that stuff, and it wasn't working. So I also was thinking, oh, you need to unload your passengers, right? So when you get to the objective, you need to unload the passengers, which is where you're going to hit the button R. I thought, oh, maybe I could do it this way and sort of unload them using a for loop with the array built into it. Not really. It didn't really work. So I think my idea was correct. I think my method of coding was not. So what I've done instead is on passengers, I have up here visible equals true, right? So they're automatically visible. Then I made it so that when they get picked up, they go invisible. So you turn off the visible feature. Yeah. At least that's how I'm trying to work it. Because we still, like I said, I updated some graphics and did some other stuff that I knew was going to take me a little bit of time yesterday evening. I don't know, spent a couple hours at this trying to get, like, I redid the balloon, just made it solid colors, and I think it turned out pretty nice, actually. I made a tower, although I kind of fudged the middle here. I don't really know what happened, and I don't feel like fixing it. But I have two towers, right? So we have the drop or the pickup tower, which is the red flag, and you go all, and there's two of them, and you go all the way down the end, and here's the drop off point. I need to get clouds in here more. So we need to get the objective part done. And then we need to fix this wall collision stuff as well. Yeah. So what do we want to do? We're picking up passengers. When you pick up the passengers, you want to you need to take them to the endpoint. My little so I was in my tower defense game. One, I was attempting to try to make it a browser game. I don't like browser games, but I was trying to make it a browser game. And so I was trying to do that. And also I was grabbing the graphic I use for the grass in the tower defense game, and I picked up the sheep and the little tree from my tower defense game. All right. So we pick up passengers, right? And then you come down here and you pick up more passengers. So the question is, do you need to collect all the passengers and then drop them off? Or is it like a certain number of stuff, right? Maybe if there's 10 of them, you have to get all the people dropped off. So let's get it so that when we land near this tower, the people unload from the balloon. Right now, here, we pick up the people. And when you land, you press R. I'm going to move this out of here because this did not work the way I thought it would work. And then we're just going to make this invisible. So when you press R, how do we tell? I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. I feel like it. Yep, I sneezed. All right, so get over there. If keyboard press. All right, so you press R and you're on the ground, so you don't accidentally launch your people, your passengers, out of the balloon. Although I thought about that. I was like, oh, what if you just launched them? Like you hit R and they had to fall and hit a target? Well, we're not doing that. We want parent underscore passengers dot visible equals true. Then we also want towards target. So we're going to do move towards point. Thanks. Y. And we're doing object, tower, drop off. Maybe. It sees it. Y, move towards point. Oh, the speed. But how do you know what point? Well, oh, I see. We'll make it 0.5. This is object. Tower score drop off dot x. Then we do the same thing for y. There. Okay. It takes OBS a while to see this, so I don't know why. All right, launching the balloon. No, don't land on the people. All right. Pick up the people. And you come down and you can pick up more people, including a little llama. The sheep. Yes. So, when I was getting the grass from the tower defense game, I was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to grab the sheep. So I did. Whoops. And I destroyed everybody. Okay. Come here and let's move it. So there's room. There. Yeah, I think so. Everybody likes the sheep. I mean, I like the sheep, so, you know, it's fine. And if you didn't notice, some of the passengers can occasionally be a little llama. Here. I put in a llama. Because Jeepin wants a llama. So she was like, where's the llama? I was like, I'll get one in there. Alright. We need to do this again. I need to see if I can get near that tower with people. Without, we're gonna hit the edge, and then once we hit the edge, we're stuck. We have to fix that at some point. It takes a little bit. Let me fix that too. It takes a little bit of effort to try to take off because we're touching this. So we're gonna start like right there. Because we're touching the ground. So that should minimize it. All right. Yeah, I spent a little, I don't know, a couple hours yesterday. Evening working on this, right? No, don't. All right. It's a long course. So what I'm thinking is, let's see here. Let's go on the other side of this. We'll come down, drop it off, hit R. R is moving this. Right. So that's not what we want. If keyboard check. pressed R and on ground, we're moving object player to it. I have this inside the player, which is probably not the best place for this. Move towards point. Object tower, drop off. If I put this inside the passengers. Hi, Grog. Are your messages going through now? I think so. Oh, check your Discord. All right, hold on. Yeah, I don't normally look at that. You've been typing for a while, huh? Okay. You can make the tower B-box smaller. Nice that they look good. What are you trying to do? Every time you press R, you move towards the tower. Yeah. Oh, I see. You were just spinning and connecting and trying to connect the chat. All right. So, I thought I was ignoring the messages. Oh, because you think they were in there. Yeah, I don't see them. Yeah, here, I'll show you, like, from my side, right? Yeah, all of a sudden, all your stuff just started showing up. Like, I don't see the other ones, but, you know. Yeah, no, I wasn't ignoring you. They just weren't showing up. So what was I? Let me see what you're trying to say. Could make the B box on the tower smaller. Yeah, so for that, oh, you had this issue with Turtle, but I forgot. You keep an eye out on it. Okay. All right. We have the player, right? When... I think that's it. I think maybe when these collide here, that's causing the problem. So we're going to make it so that, like, yeah, the tower's a rectangle. Let's go into the tower. This is the pickup one. And this is why that top corner, what if we made it precise? Exactly, Brewer. Using precise. I've started to use that more with particular shapes now. So I think that'll be good. And then I need to sort out my issue here, right? So this is inside the step of the player. When I press R, all this is going to affect the player. So where I'm saying move towards point, it's the player moving towards the point. I need to get it so that it knows the passengers move towards the point. You're going to lurk? All right. I appreciate the lurk, Grog. So let's do... I guess we could take this out of here, right? And we'll put this inside the passenger. Under here, we can say this. And on ground. And object player on ground. So now they should show up. We don't need to say all this. We just need to say visible true. And move towards point. Let's try that. At least then, if we can get that to work, we have the essential loop. All right, we picked up passengers. Nope, don't go up too high. The reason I made the course so long was I was thinking of like obstacles that you have to try to go up and over. All right, we picked up some more passengers. Oops. Too far, I think. All right, we land. We hit R. Nothing happens. Oh, wait. So the question is, did they actually get picked up, or are they just invisible back on the ground? Oh, they are. Wait, I just saw somebody coming around. Okay. I heard that as much as smelt that one, homeless. Thank you very much. And no more things for her? Why? It's there, right? I'm checking, Sophie. Oh, it's there. Okay, now you did one. I was like, oh, because I was messing with the app program, which is where that channel, the channel points are. So I was like, oh, maybe I disabled it or something, but it's there. All right, ready? Good girl. So, oh, okay. I think I see a problem. I mean, I see a couple problems, but they're not actually traveling with the balloon. That's the problem. Right? So if we go in and we launch the balloon, We'll go pick up some passengers and then re-land right away because or just hit R, I think. Right? So now they've vanished. You can see them right here. Right? We don't want them going towards X. We're going to say from there. So if it's from here, which is what? Like 30. We want them to show up or show here at what is that? 30 to 80 is offset it by 40. If we say leave it alone for that, for Y it needs to be plus 40 there, right? All right, let's try it again. And the collision is better on that since, whoops, don't go so far. Now you're too far. Come back in, balloon. Okay, so they are here, but they're immediately disappearing when you hit it. And then what? They run off towards the tower. I don't know. So we're not using array push. When maybe I'm making it too hard. Maybe we just need to destroy the enemy, or destroy the passengers, and then recreate passengers when the balloon lands near the final tower. Right? That would work? Okay, let's try that. So, let's get rid of this. All right, if instance exists, object player, distance to If distance is less than 100 and object player is on the ground, we pick up, then we move towards the point of this, right? So now we move towards the point. Then we say instance destroy self. Is that gonna, that should do it, right? Just to clarify which one we're destroying. Now, if keyboard pressed R and object player on ground and distance is less than or equal to 100, we don't want that. We need this to be something different. We're going to take this line, but we want this to be object tower drop off. So we can't have it. We're going to say instance or distance drop off. And thank you for the dungeon. I'll join you on that. Distance drop off. There. So we have instance drop off. We're doing distance to it. So it needs 3 conditions to run this. How do we, all right, so instance create layer, do X, Y. We want these to be instances, and then we want it to be right. So if we pick up, I'm confusing myself here. Okay. If we pick up 10 passengers and we are instance creating them near Sophie. So this is going to be, we want this to be object player dot X plus 20, right? This should be in a for loop so that we can individually create all 10 passengers, right? So as soon as you create one, it should be starting to move towards the drop-off point. It should be already creating the next one. So for loop, right? I never remember how the equation looks all the time. So I just have to copy it and then I can rewrite it. We're not going to do the array. So this is something. We'll just put that there for now. And this, and then we have I plus plus. roughly, right? So now we need to, we should say I is less than is equals 0, but while for can we do that? Can I do a for loop inside a while loop? Is that correct? Oh wait, I can say while I is less than 10. And we start it there. I think I've butchered this. I've butchered this process. What if you don't pick up all 10 passengers? I can't just keep going and creating up to 10. Right? Cover, hi. Not sure why you would want a while inside a for loop. Well, I was thinking the for loop inside while, but it was because I was thinking about it wrong. So we need to think about this. All right. You fly over, you pick up 5 passengers. The balloon needs to know. I guess I do need to do this. All right. So the balloon needs to know how many people you picked up. Right? So maybe we do need to remember the array push. So object player passengers is the array. And we have global ticket holder is incorrect. So we don't need that. Right. So now we have it's obtaining the ID of the passenger when it picks it up. Then we go to the, we don't need this. We are going to use this. Now, maybe it doesn't need to be in here. Well, it has to travel with the balloon, so yeah, it does need to be in here, right? But it doesn't need to be called back here. We can just record it here into a passenger array. Then when they land, we need to use the array somehow, right? We land near the final tower. You press R, as long as you press R, objects, the player's on the ground, and you're within the drop-off distance, then it recreates the players, or not the players, the passengers. Is the game ready for Steam now in untold millions? Yes. Yes, it is. But if we want it into the billions, we need to finish this part. All right. So now we need to recall the number of passengers that it picked up. The number of passengers picked up is kept inside the array. How do we create that number? So R is less than the array. Would that make sense? Or not R, I is less than the array. Would that make sense? If you pick up 5 people and there's 5 people in the array and you're trying to drop those people off, would that make sense? Right? Object player dot passengers. So if we're less than the passenger array, create a new one. I don't know if it makes sense. It partially makes sense in my head. So we're gonna run it and then see what's wrong, and then try to fix it. And I hit the wall. Okay. All right, let's run it through here. We have... But if I'm destroying this, it won't remember... Yeah. All right, couple things. I'm not sure about this. I think destroying it also destroys this, but I don't know. So I want it less than the length of the array, right? I is less than... Can you say array length? Length. And then say the array inside there. Does that make more sense? All right, let's run it. Balloon takeoff. All right, we picked up all the people. They destroyed. Or they got destroyed. We're going to go all the way down the end. I'm probably going to shorten the game. I was thinking about adding a whole bunch of like obstacles and other things you have to avoid. And I may still do it. I guess we'll pick up these people too. So now, oops. We have 10. Too far? Too far. Let's go back. Don't hit it. Too far. All right, so it is not releasing the people. Or I can't see the people. Let's shorten this. There. All right. We are picking up people here. Right? So we're picking up the people. They do disappear. The question I have for anyone that deals with arrays more is if I'm destroying the instance or I'm destroying it here, does it erase the information I sent to the array? I don't know. The next, I bet if we can. Does the array belong to the instance? No. So I have the array being created in the player to try to keep it. Right? While we think of that, let me switch to a new music channel. Okay. So if the array is inside the player, right? Array object player dot passengers is the array. When I destroy the instance destroy of self, getting rid of this, the info should already be kept in a different one. So that should stay. And now, if you have 5 people and you land and you try to All right, let's try it again because right, we take off. Pick up the people. And then hit R. So they're not showing up. Now, the question is, I guess I need to do something else too. Let's make a sprite. Drop SPR, drop zone. We're going to make this, we said 100. Right? Width is going to be 100. Height's only going to be like if we have it from here to, can we say 415 to 445, 415, 445. $100, but we want this to be a height of 30. Right? Oh, did it reset it again? Stop. 100. Apply. That'll be fine. We're gonna edit this. We want a square. Let's do this, and I forgot about ads as always. So there's that. That's why it's got to be real small. All right, let's make it. Let's do this as a 200. Oh. Now, let's do this, but give it a somewhat of a shadow. There. That's the drop zone. Let's try it again, because maybe it's working and I've just been outside of the drop zone. Also, I'm in ads. Oh, you know. That is tough. What if we said drop of 160? Because then we could add 60 to this. Whoops. You changed on me. And 30. All right. That should give it a little bigger zone to allow you to drop. And welcome back, everybody. I was just babbling during ad break, so you didn't miss a whole lot. Nope. All right. Oh, and I still have to fix this. If we hit the wall, we're done. It won't come back out from the wall. All right. Go up. Pick up the people. Don't hit that. All right, so now we land. We hit R. And nothing. So this time we verified it. We are inside our little zone, right? We are in the zone. And it did not work. This is not properly creating them. Why? What do we see that's wrong with the code? I don't know why it's not working. So in here, when we get to the end, a keyboard check pressed. Do I want, is it keyboard check pressed or just keyboard check? Keyboard check. Let's try that. And distance to drop off is a absolute return, so it's a solid number. X, the value of an instance is the horizontal, so we're checking on X. Drop off tower dot X. Okay, so we're making sure that the X of this is less than 160. And then instance create layer instances. We have the X, we have the Y, we have the passengers. I don't know. We're going to try it again. Because maybe I just need it on keyboard check versus keyboard pressed. All right, we picked up all the people. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing today? Gecko, how was your stream? I appreciate you coming in. And for all those that don't know me, my name is 8BitsaByte. Currently working on a game jam game. Tiny Lizard Raid, excellent. Appreciate you coming in. So how was your stream, Gecko, and what were you working on? All right, we currently are testing the drop off. Still not working. Okay. All good. Second day of an 8-day game jam. Nice. And we checked off all the things we needed to do for today. So now you're going to doodle some sexy monsters. Excellent. That sounds like a good idea. This game jam is for the New Mexico Game Jam. It's normally only 48 hours. This year, they increased it to, instead of it being 2 days, it's 4 days. So it started on Friday at 6 p.m. It's due tomorrow at 6 p.m. But my goal is to have it done by the end of today because tomorrow I won't be able to work on it. So we're almost there. I'm having some trouble trying to get the people out from the balloon, but you know, that's okay. Gecko, what game engine do you use? Well, you love a tight sprint. You like jams giving a little more space in the calendar. Yeah. The New Mexico Game Jam is usually always every year 48 hours. They just make it a tough little window, right? But This year they just they extended it because we also had another event going on over the weekend. You went Unity for this one. Okay, nice. I use GameMaker as my engine. So I don't know why. Okay, we're gonna go up. We're gonna try to come over. Yeah. You love all the engines. Simply picking the right tool for the right job. Yeah. I don't know any other. Oh, that's not true. I know Godot just a little bit. But for the most part, yeah, I don't know any others, really. I primarily just use GameMaker for everything. I've only been doing game design for about a year and a half, a little over a year and a half now, I think. And I'm still learning every day. And you're learning a lot about Unreal due to work. Yeah. Nice. So the goal of this game jam, right, is called, the theme of it is lift. So the idea is we have a hot air balloon. You have to go up. You have air currents, one going to the right, one going to the left. You got to pick up some people. And then you have to drop off the people at the end zone. And we just have it here for testing. And that's kind of it. Just a short little game, right? I will have like another object in here, like a plane or something coming through. You have to try to avoid. And you can't hit the towers. So that is it. Nice and simple. I spent a couple hours last night getting my graphics a little better. So I updated my balloon to a little nicer looking balloon. It's a hot air balloon. Welcome in, JD. How you doing today? Yeah, it's a hot air balloon. And the reason I'm thinking this, so for this game jam, the theme is lift, right? We just had the hot air balloon fiesta. So in Albuquerque, they do the hot air balloon fiesta every year. It's usually a whole week long. There's about 500 hot air balloons, which is probably why they chose to do lift as the theme this year. So we're doing two types of lift. We're doing hot, like air to make your hot air balloon go, but we're also picking up people. Why not a bench press sim? It could be. You can't gain without lift, right? It could be. So we're covering two types of lift. We're doing vertical lift with a hot air balloon, and we're picking up passengers. So there's that other lift. And doing much better. So last weekend I had the Jeep break, and my Jeep, it's a deadlift. What? Yes. Yeah. It was having issues for the last, for a couple of days, and I kept checking the battery, and the battery was coming back good. It turned out, because I have a JL, right? So the newer style model, right? For the Wranglers. And it had an auxiliary battery. And I was like, oh, watch it. Everyone in the group's like, oh, it's probably your auxiliary battery. I was like, okay. Spend some time, took it apart, found the housing. You got a JLU? Yeah, same here. I have a Sahara, an 18 JLU Sahara. And so I was like, okay. I took off the wheel well, got inside there, found the housing for the auxiliary battery, took it down, and there's no auxiliary battery. And I was like, oh. So then I couldn't even find wiring for it. I was like, okay, it just doesn't have it. Looked up online, and sure enough, the 18 with the 2.0 turbo engine does not have the auxiliary battery. And I was like, all right, put it all back together. That's not it. Continually checking the regular battery, and it was fine. It was showing good, but the battery was just dying, and it was giving false readings. Oh, the 4xe hybrid battery, yeah. Get that in, and if there's a recall, get that in within the window. So I was just like, you know what? I'm going to replace this battery anyways. So replaced the main battery, and that solved everything. So occasionally, the batteries give a false reading, and that's what you have to watch for. But everything's fine. It's back to running. No problems. All right. We are trying to solve this problem. So for right now, I think we'll make it 200. Nope, not 2,000, 200. Right? If we land here, we need the passengers to come out. So right. You have another idea for the lift jam. Okay, your player eats too many green chilies and lifts off the chair. That would be hilarious. Yes. That would be a whole bunch of these two things. These things. That'd be a lot of those. Reverbish. With a loud, yeah, that would be great. All right. We have to solve what my problem is right now, though. I think my code is right, but it's not right. So, I don't know. And I wonder if this isn't destroying it. Like, I know it's supposed to destroy it. Whoops. I know it's supposed to destroy it. But I wonder if doing this isn't hurting the array. So I don't know. You spent some time in Colorado for an old job. You love some green chili. Yes. And specifically because the Hatch peppers are grown here in Hatch, New Mexico. We have lots, and people grow them all over here. We have lots of green chili. I love the green, like green is my favorite. No, shoot. Where are you flying, dude? That dude's left the game. All right. So he's back. This was definitely what we want. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not a big red chili fan. The green all the way. Yeah, we buy them, here from the markets and stuff, and then chop them up and put them in food all the time. This is not. When you move towards the point, right? So that they move towards the player, at a speed of 1. It's pushing this info to the array, right? The ID of the player, or not the player, the passenger, into the array. Then we destroy the instance. All right, you have a stand up to get you. Check in later if you're still around. What time is it? About almost 9. I'm probably going for like about 2 more hours. But I appreciate you coming by. And if I don't catch you, have a great day, and I will see you later. Appreciate the lurk. And before I forget, I want to update this. To show that. All right. That should be correct. So we're picking up passengers. We're trying to remember the number of passengers that we picked up. When you land inside the zone, right, and you're under 200 pixels from it, from the drop-off point, we have a loop to create passengers, and it's looping through and as the for the array length. But it's not actually creating them. So I don't know why or what is not correct. Let's try it anyways. Those they're going to fly off when we start to take off. But maybe when we re-land, it'll create them. So maybe that is what is causing the problem. We're going to take off. Pick up our passengers. They are just flying through space. All right, so it is not just that. Why? Why? So we're saying instance create from here, let's say 15 from the center, but we also need this to be y plus 30. Am I not actually saving data? The value to push to the end, right? This is tough. I just don't know what's going on with this. So I think we'll try it one more time. We'll take a tiny break off of the array stuff and work on some of these walls and try to figure out why it's acting weird. All right, we picked up the people. Then we take off. Yeah, it's just not creating them. All right, let's... Oops, I keep doing that. We don't need this. We don't need that. We don't need that. Let's look at our collision with the wall. If place meeting here, H speed, it's probably part of the issue, isn't it? So I need it to not go into the wall. We have this. If place meeting X, Y, object wall. I will set it like that, right? Maybe it will start here. And we're going to change this one to something like that. So the problem I was having is I can go through it, and we need to make it so you can't go through it. That's the problem. All right, we made horizontal speed 0. But we also need... Let's just set them both, right? So it stops moving. There we go. Nope. Now it totally went through this one though. And then it gets stuck. See? I need a better collision. Well, this is our code for it. We have visible, solid. No. Oh, I can't think of some. Let's look up, how about maybe GameMaker collisions? Right? GameMaker collision event. Let's see if we can find something in the manual. Does place meeting. All right, let's go to place meeting. Oops, in here. Count for the movement along X and Y, or movement along X. Would you want to use move and collide? I don't know. Maybe move and collide might be better. All right. I have a move and collide, right? So we're going to undo all this stuff. And we're going to say... this to be object wall. Right? All right, let me do that. I was not thinking about move and collide. It works well up here. Like there. This one still goes through it. So, I don't know. I don't know. Let's... Oops. We're going to copy that, but we're going to comment it out here, up here. Right, so that is what I'm trying to do, right? Now, I don't know if that'll work here. You know what? Let's try it. There's got to be a better way also for collisions. Like, I can't remember how I did it. See, like, it still lets you go through it if you're going fast enough. And then you never come back. If collisions with objects, the simplest way to check for a collision against an object is using place meeting. If place meeting this. Place empty, place meeting. Maybe we can do place meeting. Maybe it needs to be a little different, right? So if, we already are. If place meeting X, Y. So if place meeting with the wall, none of this is working right. I just want it to stop. It's not meant to go through. That's it. It's just not. So instead of saying collision event, how about GameMaker collision with wall? Do we have a manual piece on that? So you want to make the player object stop moving past the wall, touching it, but be able to walk away said wall. This is in the forum. If place meeting this. I mean, it kind of looks like the same sort of thing I'm trying to do, which is place meeting, right? So that's kind of the same stuff, really. Okay, well, in the meantime, let's work on a sequence. We need some menus. So we'll think about this for a moment. We're going to do call this menu. We need to make a sequence. Right? And we're going to call this SEQ start. Because I like these things, we're going to use it. We don't really need this to be many. We can do just 20 frames. We're going to bring in the player. Oh, I got an idea. Okay. So if we go from here, Andrew Mayhem, welcome in. You haven't seen me in a bit. I know. How have you been? What are we working on? We are working on, we're on day 3 of the game, New Mexico Game Jam. It's normally only 48 hours. They extended it this year, so it runs until tomorrow. We're working on a game that is by the theme of lift, right? So we have a hot air balloon, and you're going to have to fly based upon your currents of the air. So one set of currents is going to the right, one's going to the left. You have to land, pick up some people, and then you'll have to take them to your tower and drop them off. That's kind of what we're working on. We're almost there. It's getting close to being done. The game jam started Friday at 6. So good stuff, right? Yeah, I think it's a fun little project, right? The New Mexico Game Jam is never very long. For hold on. Hi. I just heard noises behind me, and I was trying to see what it was. I thought Sophie got into something. All right. Yeah, there's some interesting mechanics in it, right? So we have the ability to go up, and then we have the air current taking you here. So I'll run it. Give it a moment because it takes OBS a moment to see this. All right, so you have your hot air balloon, and you got your currents, right? So they're moving. You have to lift off, and then you float inside the current. And if you go too high, it'll take you back the other way. Right? And then as you move along, you got your tower, and then you got to land just past at the people. And you pick up the people. And then you come back down the field, and you have a drop-off zone. And like that. Although the releasing of the people from the balloon hasn't, you have to fix that still. It's not working. But that's kind of it. I'm thinking of having a couple obstacles still, like a plane or something coming through, and you have to avoid it. Give it a little exciting some stuff, right? But anyways, that's the little game for the game jam. I suppose since I wasn't paying attention, Jeepin, we could probably uncover her. So R1's going to make a whole bunch of noise. She's about to get uncovered. You start over. Arwen is the 4-year-old? 5-year-old? 4. She's a 4-year-old Quaker parrot. All right. Anyways, what have you been up to? Yeah, so right before this, I started this game jam. I just finished a tower defense game. That was a 3-month-long tower defense game. I'm doing this for this weekend. I'll finish it off today. And next weekend, I'm starting a 3-month-long RPG game. That'll be the next project. You started building a lot of Raspberry Pi projects. Excellent. Okay, are you using... I have a 4. I have not got the 5 plus one, the one that's built into the keyboard yet. What type of... like which Pi are you using? In particular, you're working on one that allows the R Pi to utilize a gas sensor. Excellent. To determine the status of produce and meat in a container. Excellent. and then relay that information to your phone so that it's possible to know if your food is good or is producing signs of decay. That's pretty cool. My pie, like, projects are not that creative. I just think it's cool. I have a little, like I said, a little 4, right? And it's inside a small computer, so it looks like my big computer case. So it's all green, and you can see through it, and it's inside that. So it's like the little mini. Yeah, I mean, that would be really helpful for restaurants and stuff like that. All right, so we want this for 10. It'll probably be straight up. And if we want this here, right? Maybe we not. Maybe we want it to go to 8 to there. Let's change that to here. And then 16. Let's make it all the way here. And then at 20, we'll make it land again. All right. You were using the Raspberry Zero 2 WH for this project as a debugging version. But if it takes off, you'll probably end up utilizing something like a 3B plus or the 4. 5 would be an overkill, probably. Definitely for that project. I just think the 5's neat because it's in a keyboard, but I mean, you can always put any of them into a keyboard and make it work. All right, so this is, whoops. We don't need it at 60. Let's just do like 10. That's still pretty quick. 5. It's close enough, right? It'll work. It's a little fast across the top, but that's okay. So now when this lands, you do have a cache of Pi 5s for a NAS you built for home, which is overkill too. Yeah, but it was a fun project. It's a cluster for our Pi 5s with 7.5 terabyte. That's cool. I can see it being overkill, but it's cool. So I can't blame you for doing that. That's how that works. All right, let's add in some text. I love how all these things always, when you create this stuff, it's like inside, it's always Italian or Latin or something. You had to justify it to your wife. You spent $600 on what? Yeah. I could see that. Right. Mine has this giant air inflatable hammer that I would be hit with and banned. Let me see. She has this. This is it. It's a hammer called the Big Bopper, and this is the band hammer. I would be banned for doing something like that. Yep. All right. What are we calling this game? Balloon airlift, I guess. Balloon air riders. How about that? We don't really have any good fonts because I have not made any fonts yet in this game, but this will work, right? Okay, let's make a font. She was mad until you offloaded all her videos and pictures from her phone. Nice. I want a sort of to do the same. So for some sort of NAS, right? Network solution, right? I want to do a media server where we upload all, like, you upload, I guess, all the movies that we have on DVDs into the media server. But I want it to be able to get the software where you can visually be able to see the movies you have, so the pictures of it. If you can attach it, like if there's a trailer, that would be cool. But I also want it so that when you choose the movie you want to play, right, there's also a screen on the wall, and it talks to the screen, and it will show the movie poster for the movie you are watching, like you're in a theater. I think that would be cool. Not an inexpensive thing. That's a fun idea, right? Yeah, so that'll be a project at some point. Start trying to accumulate that stuff. We have a lot of movies that are on DVD and we just don't watch it. We have a list, like a paper list. But that's no fun. So now I want to make it into like a theater, and you could be able to go in and choose on a tablet or something like the movie you want and let it play and that kind of stuff. I think that'd be fun. All right. What type of font do we want for this? Yeah, there's all kinds of fun ideas, right? Yeah, home theater. I was like, at first I was trying. I was like, you know what? I have all these DVDs. Wouldn't it be cool if I could get my own like red box? I don't know if you know what a red box is, but it was in front of, I don't know, some convenience stores, like a CVS pharmacy style store, and you could walk up to it and pick the DVD you want by looking through the list, and then you could rent it. But I think it would have been fun also to get one of those and load in all the DVDs into that, and then you could go and act like you're at a movie store and get it and then watch it, like put it into your DVD player. Yeah, I saw there is some of the software it could show you interesting facts about it. You could turn it on or off in case, you know, you don't want it, but I think that'd be cool. Let's see. Invalid name. Why? Okay, I took it this time. You can have it. Yeah. Just checked eBay. You could buy the Redbox internal sorting mechanism for the low price of $750. Yes. I wanted the whole thing, right? Because they're starting to collect them. I was like, somebody's got to have that stuff. And I think it would be really fun if I could get the whole red box and get the plastic DVD slips and put all the DVDs into it. I'm sure somebody has to have it, right? And make it like it's an old style like theater. You have to go and pick your movies like you're at Blockbuster or something, and then you get to watch it. Just fun ideas, right? All right, so we made a font. Let's go into here. There. So you miss Blockbuster? Yeah. Is it still there? There used to be one left. There is one. It's in Oregon. There is one Blockbuster left. Yes. Yep. And we are in ads. I forgot. It didn't give anybody a notification. I'm going to take a quick be right back. I need to fill up my coffee. And then we will get back at it. So hang tight for a moment. And, oh, you got a business Zoom call? I appreciate the lurk. I will see everybody shortly. Hang tight. And I will see you all in a few moments. Okay, we're back. Let me do one thing here. All right, we're good. So we have the start of our menu, right? Now we need, what, another text box to appear. We're going to do controls. We'll say movement, WASD. I am going to add in just a tiny bit. Well, maybe we won't. Maybe we'll just leave it at W and A. What do we want to drop off? Passengers. We can just say unload, and that is R. So we'll move this. So it's right there. How's that look? We could do that. Trisp, welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing today? We're on day 3 of our working on the game jam, right? It's pretty much the final day for me. I'm not going to be able to work on it tomorrow, and the project is due by tomorrow night. But this is it now. Like, it's getting there. So, not a bad little 3-day game as far as I'm concerned, right? How is your day going? All right, we want that movement. Let's make how about move up? W. There is no any other button, right? And then unload, we'll just say people. How about passengers? Is R. So we're doing controls, move up. We'll bring it to the end so it matches it, right? That looks okay. And this we want in the middle. There we go. Move this there. We're going to create our tagline. Developed by EightBitsaByte. I always like it in green. We're going to make it a little darker this time. There. That should look okay. Oh, we're going to need a button. I don't have any buttons, so we need to make a button. Yep. Let's go game. Yeah, game. Create a sprite. We can make it 16 by 16 is fine. Do I have... Who did that? Sunflower launch. Oops, that was Grim. Welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your Monday? Let's think about this. Do I have... I was working on stuff this morning. Let's look for a button real fast, right? So we need to go... Where do I have that stuff? Game design. Go into... Banners? No. Art. Assets, banners. You could use a banner as a button, right? That's not really a good idea, but they look okay. Doing good, man. All good. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We're on day 3 of the final stream for the Game Jam. It's over today, so well, no, sorry. It's over tomorrow, but I'm not able to, because I'm back at work tomorrow, I'm not able to work on the game at all tomorrow before it's due, so today is the final day for it. So we're getting there. We're getting there. I thought, oh, user UI, I do have some buttons. What do we think is gonna... All right, let's do that. We're going to drag this thing in real quick. That'll be our button, right? And we're just going to call it button. And we're going to delete the other SPR button. How much time's left? Well, tomorrow is the turn-in, right? So it'll be 6 p.m. tomorrow. I cannot work on it at all tomorrow. So I'm going to be working on it mostly throughout the rest of today. We're just going to do this way, right? We're going to resize this thing because it does not need to be that big. How big do we actually want this thing? Oh, actually, it can be. It can stay that size. Nice. Next year, yeah. Better state. So, Grog, I think I'm probably going to stream for at least another hour. Then I have to stop. I do have a couple things to get done. And then the rest of the afternoon is pretty much handling, getting ready for G-Bin's cooking stream. But I will be trying to work on this. I'm having some trouble, and I have to still figure it out. I have 2 things that I'm struggling with. And then outside of that, it's pretty much done. So I wanted to take a couple moments to work on this to get it up and running. So, or just to make it look nice. All right, we're going to leave the button just the way it is. Delete the button. Come back over here. We're going to make an object for the button. Object button. I guess I should say start. We're going to add an event to a create and do draw. There. So this button uses that. Now we'll drag it in here. There. I mean, that could actually be bigger, but that's okay. It's a little out of place. It's fine. It's fine. What if we did that and we put the button right in the middle? And we'll just throw this into the mix here on the edge. It's fine. It's fine. There. That will be the start menu. I think that'll look good, right? We are going to use the game manager sequence. We're going to rewrite it. Q. Sequence start. Sure. Does that root instances? That's, we're gonna do sequence. Sequence. Yes, that's how you spell it. All right, let's make a sequence here. So now when the game starts, you should be able to have that. Let's just run it and test that. That is not okay. Whoops. So we made a mistake. We did. How big is my room? It's that. How big is my viewport? 1024 by 768. Not like this. So it's 1024 768. So now I need to adjust all this. Right? Yes. That is going to be the size of the whole viewport. We don't want that. We're going to need to make it smaller. We start there. Right, that should be okay. But then we don't want it to move. So we're going to take away the position and the scale for a moment. We are starting it like that. Okay, so now that should be fine. We'll lock that one into place. We got to redo this. The balloon. Take you here. Six frames. The balloon should be at the top. And we want 15 frames, and we want it to be over here. And then by the time it gets there, the balloon is now there. Okay. All this other stuff has arrived, and now we need to make it smaller. We should call this, instead of air riders, airlift. The font's not very good, but that's okay. All right, so there we go. In Game Manager, I made a mistake here. We want room. Oops, room width. Room width, yes. And then we want room height, because we want this thing to be in the center for the start, right? All right, let's run it, and let's see how this looks. I think it should be all right. Hopefully. Nope. It didn't run it. Why? Because am I not getting the camera with it? Is that the problem? So now it's in the middle of the room? Yes, I messed up. That is correct. Let's redo this. If that's where you're starting, right? If we say 245 by 200, because now we're going to specify it, 245 by 200. Let's try that. Okay, it's getting there. We need to make it smaller. That's still really big. I don't understand it. All right. What are we doing for? Is it because this? That's it. I messed up. All right, let's go back. Change it again. So this is 512, 448. It's amazing how many times I redo stuff because I'm just not paying attention. That's all. All right, now we need it to be smaller. I think that'd be okay. So we'll lock it in place. Now we're going to do this one again. You're going to show up right there, but I want you small. While I'm thinking about, all right, before I forget, I wanted to do this. Okay. So now we're going to take the balloon. We said for 5 frames. So it goes a little quick. Goes up top. Go to 15 frames. Take it across. And at the end, it is now here. All right. Let's move that off there. Let's move that off for a minute. We're going to put that there. Balloon lift. Put that right in the middle. Controls. And made by me. There we go. All right. Good enough, right? Now let's try it again. Oh, my button. Button. Itself. Thanks. When buttons pressed, key. No, we want mouse event, and we just want left pressed. So when this happens, can we... We are saying instant layer sequence create. We want layer sequence destroy. And then which one? And we want start. Oh, we also want draw self. We want text. I don't think that's right. Draw text, draw text. Draw text. There. X needs to be sprite height divided by 2 and sprite width divided by 2. All right, let's check that out. Okay. It's not drawing it. And it didn't work. So, why? Let's see here. We have controls, right? Controls left and right. Pick up passengers. Drop off at drop zone. What was that? A homeless. Thank you for doing another Sophie treat. Is she around here? She is. Come here, Soph. Good girl. Sit. Do you want this? You're getting a treat. Are you not hungry? She is not hungry. Let's see if she likes this one. She is not hungry. It'll be back at some point. It'll be back. All right. You're not hungry? That's a first. Okay. That's the first. I know. I know. Rain check on the treat, I guess. Yep. Say that's okay, Soph. All right, we're gonna say move there, delete. Pick up passengers, drop off at the zone. And then our button, we're gonna move it down just a tad. There. Make it black, I guess. It's all right. It doesn't look great, but it's all right. We're not trying to win awards here today for these. So now we need to go back into the button. Draw self, draw text. Is not drawing correctly. So the question is, why? What am I missing? Should be drawing this right on it. But it's not. And I think we're going to clean this up. Let's not make it a scroll. And we're going to delete this top corner real quick. Do this. And just make it a box. Yeah. And then we'll go back in the sequence. And that looks fine, right? That looks nicer. You're drawing it at sprite width divided by 2, which is not where you think it is. Okay. So in my head, I am thinking sprite height and sprite width are identifying this sprite to be in the middle. But if it's not, does it not know which sprite to divide by 2? What is the width of the button? It is 64. No, 192. What is the width of the button? It knows. That's what I thought this was doing, but maybe not. What if I told it sprite index here and then did sprite index divided by 2? Would it know that? Right, so if I said sprite index equals SPR button, and then said okay. This won't. All right, let me erase this. I know. It just doesn't. All right, so hard coding it is what I'm doing then instead. All right. Well, let's try to figure this out. When I create the sequence, it's going to be here. I don't quite know exactly which one it's going to be on. Somewhere in here. Right? Sprite width equals 192. 192 divided by 2 is 96. Go into the room and look at 96Y. All right. 96Y is going to be like way up here, though. It's not where... I shouldn't have to tell it in the room exactly where I want it, because I should be able to tell it where I want it on the button. I thought we did that before, and we told it the sprite, like, draw it on the sprite. All right, so... So sprite width /2 is probably not what you want for it. No, probably not. Where's the button located? Here. I don't know exactly where it comes into the screen. So let me see what else we got. We have in the object. I know where the sequence is being created, which is pretty close to exactly right here. In here, I am saying I want my layer sequence created right at 245, 200. I suppose I could go with that and say if we did 240 by 200, this would be 190 at 245, right? Don't hard code it. I thought that's the way. All right. Jesus. I was trying not to, but I thought that's what we were switching to, because I see all you're putting in numbers. Hard coding bad. Yeah, that's what I was trying not to do. But what I am trying to do is, like, I want it to be there. Yeah, I'm also trying to rush a little bit. I have two actual problems that I need to get back to trying to solve too. So if I just hard coding, I know, bad. I don't understand why I can't, like, it should know what its sprite is, right? Yeah, all right. Before I do that, it should know the sprite that it's using, correct? So when I say sprite width, it should know it's this sprite width. It does know. But just saying, like, sprite width is not what I think it does, right? So sprite width is not finding the sprite width of this. That's the width, yeah. Yeah. When I say sprite width and sprite height, I would assume it would understand inside the sprite, but I guess not, right? Yeah, I want a position, not a width. I was assuming that if I said, like, the sprite width, it would take wherever the width is of the sprite inside the sprite and put it, like, if I did divided by 2, that would be the middle of the sprite. Yeah, that's where I'm getting confused on it, because I was assuming it would automatically understand, okay, inside the sprite, I want it halfway. So instead of that, can I just say X, Y? Will it draw it at the X, Y of the object? Watch me overthinking things. I always think things are harder. Okay, so not... It's putting it at the middle of the page. Sure. Oh, it's XY of... So it's not the XY of the object. It's the XY of this. Where is the origin of the box? All right, let me stop that. This is the button. Let's look at this. Let's put this into the center. Let's make it there. And then if we start it, that should bring that up closer. Oh, I see. That's the top left. of it, of the text, not the center of the text. So button start X, Y. All right. So draw set H. Okay, draw set H align. H align? Yes, H align. And FA center. And then draw set V align. And this should be also center. No. Constant is expected to be one of the following: FA, top, middle, a middle. And then we want draw. No, wait. We want text. Draw text color. See black. No. Why is that taking so much? All right. Takes 8 arguments. What the hell? Color. Text. Color. No. All right, we'll get that one in a minute. Maybe it needs to be draw set color. Oh, draw set color? Yeah. And then C black. Oh, what was I typing before? Draw set color C white. And we'll set it back. Maybe that's gonna might mess up some stuff, but we'll see. But put a U in there. The Canadian draw set color is more. Really? That using the French spelling is more efficient. I was like, what? Okay. Let's try it. All right, so now it's correct. The button placement is not correct. So now I got to figure that out. I guess I could just say like that. I don't need controls. So it's covering control. The word control, which is fine. I don't care. There. And if we go to the button, we can raise it up just a little bit and it'll be in there. balloon down, start, and my button doesn't work. All right, come on, button. I need you to work. When left pressed, layer sequence destroy, sequence start. It should destroy you. It should. Why are you not? What are the issues I got to address? So the main thing is it's not breakpoint on this and test it. So left button press may not be the right one, but it sees it. But it's not doing it. Layer sequence destroy. Layer sequence destroy sequence element ID. So I can't just say sequence, can I? Layer sequence destroy. Layer sequence destroy. Well, layer sequence destroy A and I. A is inside an array. Why? So it needs to be the unique ID of it. Which means here, when I'm creating it, what if it needs to be in a variable then, right? Because here, I'm trying to look at how I had it before, and it's a menu. All right. Menu equals layer sequence create. Then here I can say like that. Okay. Let's run it. Perfect. All right. So now onto the two actual problems that I have. When there is no actual blocking of the balloon through the walls, right? So I can go up and it just goes through it. It's not acting like it's a wall at all. And it should. I just want it to be blocked. Jeep in. I jeep in. I'm like, hi. All right. So now I needed to be more correct. So if I player here, I'm trying to tell it not to go through the wall here, but it's not working. I need to make it so that it's not able to pass through it. Ads are about to go off, by the way. And there they are. So, Flannelbeard, can you catch the turkey? Who threw a turkey? I was like, somebody threw a turkey. And by the way, she is not eating treats now.
Not eating treats now. That's weird.
Yep, Homeless did a redeem for the Sophie treat. See? She did. She may have to go out. Maybe. But she, yeah, I haven't walked around or anything to see if there was a mistake in the house somewhere. But she took one first thing this morning, and she ate fine, but now she's acting like she wants it, like something, but she's not eating it. So maybe, I don't know if she doesn't like these two.
Maybe they set off for a while.
A little bit, but no different than in a box.
Yeah.
Anyways, trying to take care of Sophie. See? She's only taking it. She's not really eating it.
Yeah. And she's been asking about putting my stuff.
When a dog that eats everything decides she doesn't want to eat a treat, you know she's not feeling very well. See? I mean, I don't know if she needs to go out or what, but yeah, she's just not feeling very well. Say, poor Sophie. Alright. I need to find a better method to make it so the wall, like, you can't go through the wall. That's it. I definitely am gonna need it, but for like future ones, so I don't know. What if we had GameMaker wall collision. GameMaker forums, how to make a wall collision. Tutorials. I'm trying not to do that. I wanted to look for something like official. I guess maybe collisions, right? I bet there's something in the manual for collisions. GameMaker collisions. There we go. All right. When planning motions or deciding on certain action, it is often important to see whether there are collisions with other objects. The following functions can be used for this as well as other functions detailed in the sections related to moving around instances. Oh, okay. She's only partially eating it. Okay. Circle, ellipse, collision, point. Point to rectangle. Collision point. Right? Collision. So collision point checks the point specified by the argument. All right. Check the simplest. Simplest? What? It's the simplest. Oh, go back to the previous page? Okay. There was a simple collisions in advance. Oh, simple. Okay, I see what you mean. Rectangle. Points and triangles. Physics. Here. Let's go back up to this list. Circle. Points. No. Moving around. Positions. Oh, duh. This is what you meant. I was looking for like a link for it, and I totally didn't see it in big bold letters. So place meeting is how I'm doing it. I'm trying to do place meeting. It's not working. Okay. So, like, I'm correct if place meeting here with the wall, I'm trying to tell it don't move with the wall. And I've tried it various ways, and I just can't get it to not go through the wall. It just goes through it, and I don't know why. But H speed equals 2 in there. H speed equals 2. Move, and collide. Okay, so go back out to that. All right, so originally I had this set like this. It won't work. Okay, just kidding. Right. You were just going to suggest you bounce the player back into your room like you do the roof. Yes. I'm not currently using, I mean, like, I'm going to, but for right now, like, this is not working. I mean, I could do it that way, right? Horizontal speed, would kick you back in. Yeah, it just needs to be simple. I just need it to not go through the wall. Age speed times equals -1. Okay. We'll try it. All right, let's try it. Okay, so at least it's better. Oh, where'd you just go? Don't leave the room. Oh, there it is. Just kidding. The balloon came back. I think that works. Grog, I think that's efficient enough. Before, it wasn't kicking it out. So let's say I go into the room, right? Or into the wall. It's not great, but yeah, it works. And I think that's fine for this. The problem I had before, like, it wasn't kicking it out. And so it got stuck on the wall, and the when it does that, it was getting stuck in there and it wasn't coming back out. So I think that works okay. We'll just leave it. All right, that is that problem. And now the last one is I can't unload the people from the balloon. Here's what I have. You land, you are picking up people up here, right? So as the hot air balloon lands, I put the passengers you are picking up into an array kept inside the player object, right? Then when you land and when the button R is pressed, you are on the ground and you are within 200 distance of the drop-off, which the drop-off is the tower drop-off. Then it loops. I have a for loop where it goes until the array, for the length of the array, and drops that many people off. So if you pick up 5 people, it should drop off 5 people. It's not creating those people. I don't know if that made sense. It sounded like it made sense. No. I don't know where it's creating them, but it's not creating them where I can see them. Right? So if we head over, we'll pick up the people. Then there's the drop-off zone. So then we come down and drop them off and hit R, and I don't see the people at all. So if we go back to here, I'm using layer. We could do depth. Oh, and fly up. All right. Let me try that. All right, so we picked him up. I hit R. Yeah, I don't see them. Okay. They should be there. They're just not. Now I'm saying Y30. That should be correct because the point through it is up high. So unless they're being created too far down, maybe I just say Y. Let's try. We can try that. Want to chat through it? Sure. Let me get Discord here again. All right. Welcome in, Grog.
Yeah, so I'm actually not sure what's happening here, but we can
Well,
go through
that
it.
makes two of us
Why not?
then. So we're on the same boat.
I'll tell you what I would do here, first of all, because there's like a lot of things that you could be considering here that could be happening. So my first thought is you have no idea what's happening when you press R there. So what you can do is put a breakpoint on line 27.
I'll do that. Before, so my main thing is I'm trying to take the number of people, like the passengers, right? So if you pick up 5 people, I'm putting that into an array inside the player object.
Right, yep. That's good, yeah.
And I'm then destroying the instance of the passenger. If I destroy it, is it removing it from the array?
Oh, okay. So that's gonna be an issue. So, or not. Okay. So
the other thing, the other method I was trying to do was I had it visible, and then originally I said visible equals false, right? So if you pick them up, they turn off, but then they weren't actually traveling with the balloon.
So let's think about this. You are putting what into that passenger array?
What I'm hoping is the ID.
Right now on line 13?
Yes.
What are you currently putting in?
The ID is the people.
Right, like an instance of
those people. Right.
Okay, so let's say you have 5 instances of people in there.
Yeah.
Let's scroll down to the instance create part.
And then when I'm creating, I'm trying to do it in a for loop where...
Yep, that looks great.
I was like, okay, I want it to go until it hits the end of the array. So I did array length.
Well, actually, never mind. Okay. So, okay.
Okay.
So
that was just groundwork. So you understood like what I was trying to do. That's all.
Yeah. No, I get you. I'm on the page here. I get what the code is, what you're trying to do with this code. It's very, very close. So my first thought was you're passing through an ID into that array. And my guess was that you were trying to create not an instance object, you're trying to create an instance ID, but you're not. You actually have hard-coded passengers in there, which is fine, which means it doesn't matter what value you put into the array in the first place. It could be an ID, it could be true, it could be gibberish. All that matters is how big the array is. That's how many people are in it, and then you create. So that's not the problem. So that was my first guess. Second guess is I think we just need to see the breakpoint here. So I would run the game.
Okay.
Because that'll let us check a couple different things here. So yeah, let's just run the game and test it with that breakpoint there.
Before I do that, over here in player, up in the create, this is how I wrote the array.
Oh, let's go back. I saw something very scary. Yep, that's correct. That's an empty array.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I saw something spooky. Let's
W-
go back to the previous code.
Here.
Yep.
Or no, wait. Was it in the passenger you saw it?
Inside, yeah, right here. Right here is fine. Okay, that exit. I'm wondering. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what that exit does.
So I did it originally. If I ran into an error that if the object of the player got destroyed, like it hit the building, it was giving
Gotcha.
me an error for this because it was looking for the player.
Yeah. Okay.
So
No,
I
that makes
said,
sense. That's actually
oh,
fair.
I tried to put it into a confirm checking. Like if it exists, then go ahead and do all this stuff. But otherwise, then exit.
Yeah.
I
Passengers
know
don't do anything. Basically,
exit
if a
is iffy sometimes. So
sorry, what's iffy?
using exit.
It's not iffy. It just can be like it can be scary. It can be kind of hidden. What I would consider doing here, I would actually not do exit here. I would put an opening closing brace there.
Okay.
Or sorry, an opening squirrely brace.
Yeah.
And I'm at a delay. And then put the closing one at the very bottom of this page.
Okay.
Of this event.
The Discord is streaming it for you.
Oh, okay,
if
cool.
you
I'll hop in there.
get rid of the delay.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, and then get rid of the closing bracket and put it at the very bottom of this event. Okay, move it to very, very bottom. And then just tab in, yeah, you got it. So this just makes it a little bit more explicit that, hey, we're not exiting, it's just we're specifically not doing this, because it kind of was the same thing.
Okay.
I find just if you're using like an exit statement, you always want to make sure it's like very clear, like it's like it's on its own line almost with a very clear case of why it's exiting. Like I almost don't ever use else exit. I'm always if exit. If this thing, then exit.
Oh, okay.
If you're just going to use an else, you're better off just putting the things you want to exit from in the else for the most part.
Gotcha.
Or what you could do another way is you could actually get rid of all of these situations. Actually, yeah, let me show you. Do you want to see the example or do you want to just truck forward? It's really simple though.
If it's simple, yeah, we can do it. I'll
Erase
save
line
this.
31. Okay, erase line 31.
Okay.
Erase line 16. Okay. Erase the closing bracket at the end of line 6. Space, exit.
Okay.
And then flip the if to a not. So if not instance exists. So after the if. So if not instance exists.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can untab all this code. Because basically.
Interesting.
Oh wait. Am I
like the
am I dumb?
It doesn't know it's inside the if statement though, right?
Because shouldn't all of this stuff only happen if the. No, I'm dumb. Control Z back to the state. Never mind. Ignore me.
Okay.
Just Control Z get back to those.
All right.
I thought we could simplify. It's fine. We'll leave this here. Okay. Breakpoint on line 24.
Okay.
And we'll continue troubleshooting. So let's test.
All right. So we pick up all the people.
Let's keep going.
And then hit R.
Yep. Are you hitting the breakpoint?
It is not hitting a breakpoint.
Okay. So let's go back to the code. No, don't close.
Oh.
You don't need to close. Yeah, when it always, because we could have moved that breakpoint and we could have checked something else here. So let's leave the breakpoint here and go back.
I'm so used to hitting just close because it's always in my way.
No, just yeah, that's a big habit. I leave it open. You just click on GameMaker behind it because yeah, the point of the debugger is it lets us check things, so we want to be using it to check things.
Gotcha.
Um, so yeah, if that breakpoint isn't hitting, then we need to move the breakpoint up. We'll leave it there for now, though.
All right. And run it again.
Yep. It looked like they got smushed a little.
I know. I I don't know if I want it. I was like, oh, it'd be really cool, like you destroy, like damage your people, but you know. All right.
Right.
So
Yeah. Okay, breakpoint. We're not probably hitting it, right?
right, we're correct.
Okay. So let's go back there. So we know we're not getting in there. Let's move the breakpoint up one if statement. Are we reaching that if statement? Line 21. Run it again, or not run it, but go back, tab into it. You should just just tab into it. Just open the game.
Yep.
You have so many windows open.
I know. It's because I got like 3 screens of everything going.
Oh, gotcha. You do not use multiple taskbars? That's one thing I love about multi-monitors is having the icons on the appropriate screen or whatever. Okay,
No.
hit R though.
Yeah, nothing is happening when I hit R.
Okay, let's go back then to that code.
So let me come out this way. That's too far, but
Okay, so let's go and look back at yeah, we'll leave it open.
yep.
Okay. Well, it makes now that we have that exit switched over to an else. To me, this becomes a lot more clear. You basically wait. Okay, I get why. Okay. All of this should only happen if you're inside of. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna. I see. I think I led you astray a little bit here with. Okay, press close. We can close the game now for actual.
Oh, okay. All right.
All of this code should only happen
If all 3 of these are true.
Sorry, I mean if the player exists right now, right? Because you have
Yes.
that else exit before. You didn't need that else exit. Everything actually should have just lived in this if statement. So you can just erase line 16 now.
Okay.
Because all of this code should only ever happen if the player exists,
Correct.
right? Okay. And now is where you could do the thing where you flip line 6 and make it say if not player exists, exit. But we'll leave this for now if you want.
All right.
It's fine as
yeah,
is
we
or
can just leave it.
Okay, let's run it again. And this time we can put a breakpoint on line 23.
Oh.
Yeah, basically the reason why that code was kind of confusing for me to read was you had an if statement. Sorry, is it running?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you had an if statement, and then you had an else that said exit, and then you had more code beyond that exit, which means that code is essentially just part of the original if statement in the first place. So we don't need the exit, we just need all of that code to be in the if statement. Okay, so let's put the breakpoint back before we press anything. Oh, move it to... Actually, no, it's in the right spot. Sorry, I think stream lagged. I didn't see you put it there. Okay. Yeah, try releasing it again.
Did I share the whole screen? Are you able to see?
Oh, I see it. I think it just lagged, so I didn't see you actually click the breakpoint. I dropped a few frames, I think.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Are you hitting the breakpoint?
No, but I'm hitting R. I'm inside the zone.
Okay. Try moving it a little closer in case the distance doesn't quite match up the way you thought it was.
Like maybe it doesn't.
Actually,
it
put a
should be.
breakpoint on line 20. Put a breakpoint on line 20.
Okay. That hit.
Okay. Go into the call stack tab at the top left.
All right.
And type _ dist drop off. Press enter. Yep. Okay. The distance drop off is 2,135, which is certainly bigger than 200. So that's our first issue is something's wrong with this math here.
Is it this X? Oh wait, 797. Maybe it just needs to be absolute value of just object drop off .x.
It's all of them. Is there only hover over the second X value? Okay, so that's 797 too. What is X again? Go back to X, the other X.
797.
There's no shot. They're the same. Type in the watch panel. Type in obj_tower drop off .x. Let's see if that works.
What was it? Oh, tower.
The second part of that that track there. Tower drop off.
Tower drop off .x.
Okay, it doesn't work like that. Maybe. Okay. Because it's fine that says 0.
So it's saying 0 there, but the X says 797.
That might be just getting mixed up. It might be reading the original X. Let's see the room. Do you only have, are they two different objects, two different tower objects?
Yes.
And that second one, can you click on it just so we can ensure that it's the correct one? Tower drop off. And the first one, I just want to see that it says the pickup. Okay, cool. So that should be right. How can we do this? Okay, let's do this. I'll go back into, at the very bottom, click on the instances tab. Okay, and let's get some room there.
Okay.
And then of course they always slam over to the right, so drag those out. Okay. So let's you have 2 tower pickups. Interesting.
Well, the reason is in the room, I had another one in case I was like, I was going to make it an obstacle and you'd be like, oh, you have to pick up people from here and from here. And then I was going to place this way down at the end.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. No, that's fine then. So let's scroll down until you see the drop-off tower and those list of objects. Tower. Okay, you have. So 2 tower drop-offs.
Right.
Okay. So this I've mentioned this to a few times before, but hopefully this is what makes it cement in. So you have 2 OBJ tower drop-offs here, right?
It doesn't know which one.
Which one exactly?
I wasn't thinking that.
You can't just say obj tower dot drop off because it's just gonna guess. It's gonna pick one random one. You don't know which one you're dealing with, and what that means is you're dealing with the one that's like the far one now.
Probably.
So that's why that distance is so big. So if you were to then resume the game and fly over to the next one, I bet you it would work. Okay, but we could fix it though if you want, so we don't have to fly all the way over there. If you actually no, it is running, sir. I thought it was closed. Okay, yeah, let's go there. Let's try resuming and flying over.
Okay, I got a debugger. Play.
Yeah.
Or not. Oh wait, off.
Oh yeah, off. We got that.
Play. There it goes.
Yeah, you can only dot into an object. Do you know the term singletons?
It sounds familiar. I'm not.
It's pretty simple. It's just the concept in programming of like objects that there should only be one of. So like your game manager is a singleton. You should never ever have more than one game manager in your game, right?
Right.
It's a singleton. You can dot into singletons pretty safely. Like in my game, I know I always have sys data available. I can do sysdata.save anytime in my game. I don't give a shit. I don't have to worry about multiple existing. But like anytime you have multiples of something, then you can no longer just dot directly into the object. Yeah, what you can do is you can land kind of close to it, and then we can go back to that breakpoint and can. Oh God,
it's above the cloud. Hold on, it's coming in.
Yeah,
there it is.
Okay, cool.
No, don't hit the tower.
Yeah, I'm definitely dropping frames here on stream.
Are you? Okay. It should be showing on Discord for you though.
No, I'm on Discord. I'm dropping.
Oh,
like,
I see.
Connection, I think. Yeah.
It hit
Okay.
it.
Oh, right. You gotta now pop it. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So I think one of the things I'm going to do is I think this is too long of a map.
Yeah.
I was going to cut it in half and just make it with one pickup zone, one drop off zone.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, so I think if I get rid of this tower, it'll be okay. So
Okay, well, no, let's leave it. Let's leave it for now. Just
Oh,
leave it. We can fix
shoot.
it super easily without removing that and changing anything.
All right.
And then if you want to change it on your own time, you can.
Sure.
Let's go back into the code and make it work with the first tower.
Okay.
Okay. So now we know in here on line 18 we have a flaw, right? You're saying obj.tower drop off, but you're not specifying which tower to go to, right?
Right.
So what logic wise, which tower do you want to go to? Do you want the enemies to what tower do you want to be checking for?
Whichever one is
Logically.
closest to you.
Closest. Okay. So there's a function for that to get I can't even say it without not spoiling it. Do you have any ideas of a function we could do to get the closest instance of an object?
It would be not move to point. It would be
Okay,
closest.
I have an idea.
No, it's
Okay.
it's there almost.
So it's an instance function. So on line 17, put your cursor on line 17.
Right.
And type in instance underscore.
Copy,
okay, let's do some of these functions here.
It's not any of those. Destroy, exists, find.
Furthest is kind of so furthest implies there's also a nearest. So let's keep looking.
There is.
Oh, there.
Look
there
at
we
that.
Go. So
okay.
Nearest. That returns an ID of the nearest of that instance. So you give it RID, so the object of the players X and Y, sorry, and then the object you want to check for.
So this is going to be player instance nearest.
Yeah, this will be the obj player obj player.x and obj player.y. And the player in your game is a singleton. There's only ever going to be one, and there should it's basically always going to be there.
And then the object is tower drop off.
Okay, yep. And this function returns an ID, so you need to make sure you're capturing that. So I would just say, var underscore inst or something equals. Yeah, and then we capture its return value of the closest ID. So I usually just say inst underscore inst for these equals.
Okay.
Or you can instance nearest. That's great too. Okay. And then just instead of obj tower drop off dot x, it's inst nearest dot x.
Okay.
Dot x. Yeah. Okay. That should fix that issue. I don't know if that's the only issue, but that should fix one stage of this. So if you want to test it again with that same breakpoint.
Okay.
Actually, you don't even. I would put a breakpoint on line 25 actually, just to make sure we're getting in there still. Even then, I'd put it on line 24 too.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nice that you can dot into a specific object, just be like obj player dot, but it also can get you in trouble. So yeah, just always remember, especially if you have more than one, it's not reliable. You cannot just.
Gotcha. And welcome in, Minus. Thanks for joining.
Okay, Minus.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. All right. Okay, so I'm hitting R. And nothing is occurring.
Not hitting a breakpoint?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Let's put a breakpoint on line 21 then.
It sees that.
Okay. So that's good. So let's hover over the drop-off value now. Dist drop-off. 540. So it's not 2,000 anymore, but it's still pretty high. So hover over your X. So abs X. Let's see what your X is. 2054. And then we have to manually check the other things X. It'll just give us the same thing because it thinks it's your X still. So go into the call stack tab.
Okay.
And then type in underscore inst nearest here.
Here.
Okay, now open that up. This is now the entire object of the tower that's closest to you. Go into built-in. What is our X? So 15.
14.
So that, go into your room and check the position of the tower, the second pickup tower. If you click on it, it should tell you. Okay, that's right?
Yeah, it's at 1514.
Okay. So that's correct. Okay, we're gonna cheat here. Move the mouse cursor. Move the mouse cursor to like outside the red zone, just barely outside the red zone on the left.
Okay.
I just want to see like right on the edge of the line, the red line. Yeah. Okay, what is that X position? 30. So that is like within 200 of a difference then, right?
It should be because this zone is only like 200 big. So this is about 100.
Okay. So
They're separate objects.
okay. So if it's only 100, you might need to increase that distance then.
Let me double check here real fast. So inside, what did I call that? Drop off zone. It's 260 wide, but I can make that bigger. So it's not looking for that. It's
Okay.
just for this number. We can make this.
Okay. Want to completely change this and make it just way easier?
Sure.
Go into do you want the visual? Because what we could do is you could just make a giant invisible object.
Yeah, I kind of wanted the visual, just so people could identify, like, oh, I'm near that, like that's my zone.
Okay, let's, because you can do it both. Okay, duplicate the drop off zone object.
Okay.
And make it not visible. Yeah, uncheck visible and oh, that's the sprite. Duplicate the actual object. Or are you just placing a sprite in the room?
It should just be a sprite.
Okay.
So that's not actually looking for anything. It's just a visual representation of it. This is the only number I'm telling it really two things, right? So up here, this if statement is if you're closer than 100 and players on ground, then you pick up the people. And then for the like the drop off, I have this, but I can say, I don't know, we could do 600 to test it.
So I think to make this easier for you to balance and edit, we can fix this super easily.
Okay.
Let's just create a new object.
Okay.
And call it a drop off zone.
All right.
Okay, and give it just the same sprite, I guess. That's fine.
All right.
And give it a create event. I don't know if we need to do it like this, but we're going to do it like this. Just say visible equals false.
Okay.
Okay, and go into the room by the tower. And place that object by the tower. Not the, you can leave that there. That's the visual. You can leave that there. That's fine. That won't hurt anything. That's your visual indicator. But place the object in the room. Now visually stretch it out to wherever you want the. So it doesn't need to line up the same way. It needs to be wherever you want the drop-off zone to be, height-wise too, because the player can't go into the ground. So make it out as tall as you want the drop-off zone to be.
There, that's fine.
And is the player's X at the bottom as well?
No.
Or sorry, is the player's Y at the bottom of the sprite, or what's
N-
what's the Y position of the?
So the
Actually, it
sprite
shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter.
is I have it in the middle of the balloon.
Sorry, I asked that question, but that question was useless. It actually doesn't matter where the origin is, as long as you're touching that little pixel sticking out of the ground there. That
Okay.
should be fine. So instead of saying and this drop off less than equals 600, replace that.
All right.
And we want to check if we're colliding with that drop off zone. So do you remember the function for checking just the basic collision function?
No, wait.
It's the
no.
place meeting.
Oh, it
Place
is
meeting
placement.
is the collision function you use to if you need to pull out a collision out of your ass. This is the bog standard one. This is the one like you almost always use.
Okay, and then we
So
say
we're
the
just gonna check
zone.
X. It's the XY first. So XY and then the object.
Right. Drop off zone.
What's cool about this now is you can now just like visually balance how like what the coordinates are. So yeah, run the game now and let's test. Oh, before you do that, go into the room. Go into the room.
Okay.
Move the balloon right beside the passengers. Just so we don't have to play, just so we can like quickly do it. Let's
Okay.
make testing really easy. Especially when you're in a jam, right? You just want to get this stuff done. Make it so you don't have to play the game to do your tests. Good call too. I like that.
All right, so it immediately picked them up.
Nice, cool. Yeah, cool. So fly over it. And you could have even left that knot. You could left it visible so we could have seen it, but let's test it. Let's see if we hit that now. Oh, we don't have a breakpoint? Okay, line 21.
Okay, so as soon as I put it, we hit that already,
Okay.
and I have not hit R yet.
Which makes sense because you haven't you haven't that line hasn't been called yet. You've now hit that line, you're about to run that line. So we're in here, which is good. Let's run let's put a breakpoint on line 24
Okay.
and remove the line 23 one. Or 21 one, sorry. Line 21.
So
Okay, resume.
Yep. Oh, I have to hit resume. There we go. Okay.
And then press R.
Yeah, that is not running.
Okay. Then let's go back and let's look at that if statement and see what else we're missing here.
Or and maybe it's, I think this is the right way to keyboard check ORDR.
Okay, so what we can do is we can break this out to make it a little bit clearer and easier to debug. Let's on line 20 make 3 new lines above line 21. We're gonna say var like check equals, yeah, just say var underscore check
Okay.
equals, and then do the keyboard copy the keyboard check press line, like copy just that part. Okay, and then erase it from the if statement. Okay, and then new variable called var underscore on ground. Actually, let's get rid of on ground now because we shouldn't care if the player's on ground anymore. We just care if they're in the drop off zone.
Okay.
Because the drop off zone is effectively on the ground, right? So that should be good enough. So we can simplify one of those checks. And then let's say put var underscore collision on line 22.
var under, oh, collision.
Yes, change the variable to underscore collision.
Okay.
Okay, and then that equals place meeting, copy the drop off zone. Okay, and then erase that on line 24. And we can say var if underscore check and underscore collision. Okay, breakpoint on line 24 again, and we can run it. Oh, you have extra brackets there. Yeah, that's fine. So erase, or it's not fine. Erase one of those brackets.
Yeah, I don't need this one. There we go.
Erase the second closing one as well.
Open, close, open, close,
At the
open.
very end. Oh wait, no, never mind. You're right. You're right. My
I
bad.
got
That's
it.
me.
Okay.
Okay, run it now. So we've simplified it. We don't check a third thing, but now we can also just hover over each of those values and see if they're true or false, just to see if we're somehow not. Okay, undo that breakpoint for now. That's actually. Oh no, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. A bit closer, I think. Or did it? Or is it matched up?
Oh, don't hit it. Don't hit it. Let me come back over there.
Yeah. I would also probably make the hitbox even smaller than I probably wouldn't use precise here actually. I'd probably even just use smaller. Like I would use a tiny little rectangle so to let the player overlap a ton.
Gotcha.
Just so they have a lot of wiggle room. But okay, put the breakpoint back on line 24. Okay, now let's hover over collision. Okay, so it does not think we're colliding with that object.
Okay.
Because it's false, right? So I don't know if you're not close enough, or maybe you need to move it up on, like maybe make it a couple pixels bigger, like higher. No, don't be stingy with it. Give it like make it work more than it doesn't work. Like I would give it like, yeah, sure, why not that? Yeah.
Okay.
If the player wants to drop them off from like 2 feet in the air, let them, I guess. And then yeah, you'll have to rerun.
All right. Immediately.
Because yeah, that
it
time you know it's because it wasn't
blocks
detecting a
this.
collision. Sorry, what was that?
All right. Players are picked up. Okay, it's still not identifying R.
Okay, well, how far did you move it out? Is it outside that range?
Yeah, it should be
Like it's
because the room, like there, it's
okay, yeah, it's way okay.
it's
Cool.
way outside
So yeah,
of it.
let's minimize, or let's go back into put the breakpoint on line 24. Okay, hover over collision. Okay, that's wild. What's the hitbox for the
For the drop off zone.
yeah, yeah, okay, we're gonna do something else here as well. We can or I meant probably the because that should just be automatic, right? Okay, so yeah, I want to see the draw. I want to see the balloons collision box.
Precise.
Should be fine.
I mean, it unless it's not identifying that and it needs to touch the snap point for some reason, like the
It shouldn't,
origin
because what
point.
place meeting does is you give it an X and a Y position, and what it technically does is it moves the entire object to that XY position, and then checks if your box is checking its box. So if there's any overlap between any of the two collision boxes, then it's true. So what we're gonna do to make debugging easier, because now we're running into pain point territory.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that collision, collision code we have. Copy line 22.
All right, let me stop it. All right, line 22.
And move that to the top of. Oh, It just clicked with me. This code, where's this code located?
Oh. They don't exist.
Yep.
Right.
This is balloon behavior, player behavior, but it's inside the passenger code.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not too bad though, because all of this should just work. So really just everything from,
It should be the
No, you can
bottom
leave that.
part.
So leave the closing bracket though. It's just 17 to 33, I believe.
And just cut that out.
Yep.
And then put that into
Now we can go into the player.
here.
Okay. Now let's go through and make sure it
Variable.
all makes sense.
This we have our instance nearest drop off check collision if check here.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to change any of this actually. This all I think should work.
Okay.
Because you have obj.player a bunch, but that's redundant. It's useless, but it doesn't make it not work. So yeah, everything should just work now. And that should have been our hint. The fact that everywhere we were doing any values, we're doing objplayer.x or objplayer.whatever. It implies that that was code that should have been inside the player.
Yeah.
Like if a few of your things are objplayer.whatever, fine. But if it's like all of it,
Oh. This is all right. So now when I'm hitting R, the balloon is trying. Oh shoot.
now that's good though. We've now that
Okay.
implies we fixed that issue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just needed. Sorry, I need that's this was getting painful. I needed that sigh of relief there that we have fixed that issue. Take a
But
moment of appreciation.
none of the
that we
people
have
came out
fixed the
yet.
issue. Okay, so two issues. People didn't come out, and you're inching towards the thing.
Yeah.
Right.
So the inching towards it is because we did move towards, but we're inside the player now.
Yep, makes sense. Okay.
The people I don't understand, but
we can figure that out. Are you still in the game or is it closed?
it closed down.
Okay. Because now I'm wondering my original issue, are they behind the player or not, right? So let's actually put a breakpoint. Wait, where is the... Okay, I put a breakpoint there. Yep.
Okay.
Now we can do the breakpoint testing where we should be.
Oops, that was too fast. There it goes. All right, so we have the people on, like it immediately picks up the people.
Mhm.
Okay, so I hit R. It now is tripping
God, my
here.
connection's doing so bad right now. Okay, cool. It's caught up here. Okay, so in the call stack tab at the top left,
Yep.
type in passengers. Okay, so we have an array there. Let's open that up. Okay, we have 6 passengers, which probably makes sense, right?
Yep.
Or 4 passengers. 5.
The 5.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's blurry on my screen. It's hard to read. Okay. Okay, so if you click, if you press F10 or click the continue arrow, we should go down into that thing. Or actually, do the first arrow after the stop button. The step into.
Okay.
Step into. Step into.
Yep.
Step into it again. Sorry.
All right.
Yep. Okay, so we're coming in here. Continue through. Keep pressing that step into button. Okay, and it's visible. Okay, press it again. Press it again. Okay, again. Okay, so it is creating them. So let's press play. Let's move the breakpoint and press play.
Where do we?
Yeah, just run the game now.
Okay.
So what that did is we're seeing that you're creating instances. You are creating them. So try flying up now. Okay. So fly up more actually. Okay, no, they're not there at all. Okay, so our issue now is where the hell are they? Because let's pause the game in debug mode.
All right.
Little pause button. Yep. Go into the instances tab. bottom there. And let's scroll up so we can see more. Do we see instances of passengers?
Yeah, there's lots of. Oh, look at all the passengers.
So here's one thing. When you go back to the code where you press R.
Where did we put that? We're doing keyboard
So
check.
keyboard check is a thing that checks down anytime the button is held down. So if you press the button, it's possible that the button was actually held down for like 3 frames, which means every time you press it, it's passengers. And look, you're not ever actually removing passengers from the list. So because you're not removing passengers, the list never empties. So every frame you're holding down R, you're creating passengers. So we still have a problem. We're not seeing those passengers, but you're creating passengers, right? So that we found out some information there, which is good.
Yeah. And welcome in, Felino Beard. And at the same time, we just hit ads.
Okay. Hi.
I know. And the turkeys.
Okay. So we're creating a bunch. Let's fix that. So first of all, it probably should be keyboard check pressed R, right? You want to make it so that when you press it, it just releases the batch you have, right?
Okay.
That makes sense. So instead of it being held down, it only fires when the first frame you've pressed it down. So that'll stop the spam of them. You probably also want to, every time you create, okay, after you've done looping through all of these, what you can do is say passengers equals empty array, or there might be array clear maybe. Basically, you want to clear out the array once you're done, right? Because once you've looped through and created everybody, the passenger list should be empty, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if that exists. Try typing array. Honestly, I'm lazy. Let's just say on a new line below this, just say passengers equals empty array.
Like right below the 4.
Yep. Just think about it. You've looped through every entry of the array. Just the brackets, right?
Oh,
just
okay.
create a brand new empty array. Square brackets.
Yep.
And no, not even the word array. Just square brackets.
Oh, just the brackets. Oh, okay.
Because yeah, now that all that means is there's now passengers is now an empty array. There's no more passengers because the array is empty.
Gotcha.
Right? Okay. Couple more issues probably to solve here, because now we still don't know where these things are getting created, right?
Yeah, so I tried to say instance created from the object of player X plus 15, so it's offset a little bit from it.
Right, yeah.
Y is still right on it, but you should see them either to the left or right of them.
So that Y is in the balloon, which is probably fine. They'll be spawned in the air because the balloon's Y is in the middle, right? So that's a kind of a case where maybe you want to put it at the bottom. The Y maybe be the bottom of the balloon, the origin of the balloon.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to move the origin of the balloon.
Why do you want the origin in the middle of the balloon?
Because when it was at the bottom, the wind wasn't hitting it properly. And so I moved it to the middle of the balloon so that the balloon...
That's because you're using collision rectangle. Okay,
yes.
That's a valid reason.
That was my only reason for doing it.
Okay, no, that's totally fair. We can do something else. Go back to that code.
I mean, I can just offset it and just say like plus, you know.
Nope. We don't need that.
Okay.
We can use bbox bottom.
All right.
That is the Y position of the bottom of your bbox. So that is the bottom of the collidable spot, right? Which is technically the very bottom of the sprite.
Right.
So that should work. Let's switch it to depth, and let's do depth minus like 500. And let's create depth instead.
I mean, I can also...
The balloon should be fine now.
Okay, I was going to say, if I change it off of precise, move it to rectangle...
I would keep it precise, actually. Precise is probably fine here for the balloon.
Okay. I was thinking if I moved
think
it a
that's
little bit below it, maybe it wasn't touching it properly. That's what my thought was.
No, I don't think it should. You could leave it like this, but I think it should be fine either way.
All right.
Honestly, I would actually. That's probably fine too. The thin rectangle would make it. You would be less likely to touch the tower. It'd make the tower easier to avoid, which might feel better.
True.
So I don't mind the small rectangle, because there's probably no. Yeah, I'd probably do small rectangle.
All right.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
But you want the B box to be higher up so that it doesn't float or whatever. You want it to be at the bottom pixel. Move the bottom up.
All right.
There you go. Okay. And then switch instance create layer to depth.
Let's create depth. Object instead of instance.
Do negative 500.
Okay.
And then yeah, let's run the game and try it again.
All right, we got our people. Yeah, it's odd. Like I keep thinking it's supposed like it should be working. It seems all don't hit the. Never mind. Let me run it again.
Because remember, you don't need to be that close to have that area is zoned out bigger.
Yeah.
Heck, you could even just drag that zone area over here.
True.
Because yeah, remember, you just want testing to be as easy as
wait.
possible.
I saw them for a moment
Okay, yeah, I did too.
this time, and
Okay.
then they disappeared.
Okay, let's check their logic. Let's look at the. Oh, okay. Let's let's go back to the. Let's go to the passenger.
I know.
No, that's fine.
So this is for picking up.
Let's. Okay.
Oh wait. Would it's as soon as
Yeah,
they're
you place
created?
them and then they immediately embark, or they get back in, right?
I think so. So immediately they are released because the player exists, they are also self-destroying instantly.
Yep. They're getting back on immediately.
So I need to put in a check for a drop tower. So if it's not near the drop tower, it won't.
So my thought here is this is a state issue. This is a matter of state. It sounds like your passengers need to have state.
Yeah.
Which is to say they have two states. Waiting. What?
All right. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah.
You're maybe overthinking it. When I said state, did you just groan?
I did.
It's not. It doesn't have to be that complicated. For example, you don't need snow state. For example, you don't need to set all that up for this.
All right, that's what I immediately thought. I was like, oh, and I was like, I'm already struggling on time here.
Okay, we can probably do this quick if you want.
Yeah. So
okay. You have two states. You have waiting to be picked up, and you have dropped off, right?
Correct.
So let's make that a Boolean. Let's call that. Let's the create event say dropped off equals false.
Dropped off equals false. Okay. And then a picked up one.
Okay, and then on no, this is fine. And then on line 6, we're going to add to that if statement. So we're going to say if that and not dropped.
Not.
Actually, let's put this in. Let's not add it to this if statement. Let's put it inside the if statement because we'll need this again. So just backspace, and on line 7 we can do if. Let's do if dropped off.
Okay.
And then do the open and closing. Okay, and then on a new line do else. Yep, and then add the else too. So on line 9, we can put else.
All right.
And then open and do the brackets there. And all this code goes inside that closing bracket. So just erase the close and then put it below all of this stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, remember, you don't have to copy all those lines. You can always just move the closing bracket, and that's easier.
True.
Okay, so now you have the same before, but now you have two states. You have whether they're dropped off or waiting to be picked up, essentially, right? This is a state machine. The player can be in one of two states right now, or the passenger. Does that make sense?
Okay.
It's simple, it's basic, but it is a state system. You have two states, waiting to be picked up and dropped off, and that's all they need, right?
Right.
Okay, so hopefully now what you need to do is you need to be able to set them to be dropped off, right? So if you go back into where you create them to be dropped off, we now need to know the instance of each one of them that you're creating, right? To tell them that they've been dropped off.
Correct.
So if on line 70, you need to put this all in a local variable. So you tab in line 70.
Okay.
And then you can just say var underscore inst.
Okay.
Okay. And then on a new line, we can now set inst, the passenger that we just created, to be dropped off. So inst dot dropped off.
It's not dropped off. Okay.
Equals true. We gotta set that
What?
to true.
True. Okay. And that was
Okay.
stinky flannel.
Okay, and this actually is really simple now. This solves our move towards point problem. Because
Okay.
now you can delete that here, because this should not go in the player, right? This should go in the what you call it state, the dropped off state. So copy line 75.
Okay. Oops. Copy it or cut it?
Cut it. Yeah, cut it. We don't want it.
Okay.
And then go back to the passengers.
Passenger, and then dropped off. We can put it here.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Now,
Hydrate.
I know you're running out of time probably, but so I'm going to give you kind of the cliff notes on what is this you can probably test this and this should work okay.
Okay.
You're going to run into some issues with this. For example, you're using objtower.dropoff.x, so that means that they might just start running towards the far tower.
Move towards point drop off. Oh, it could. I'm going to fix that.
To be the nearest code, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to just get rid of the other one, you could, or you could put the nearest code in, or you could, all sorts of things. Whatever you want to do here, you can do that.
Yeah.
But if you want to run it real quick, let's actually just make sure that's working.
Yeah, even if they start running, that's fine.
Yeah, they'll run. You'll drop them off at this one, and they'll be like, nah, we'll just walk to the next one, man.
Yep, they're running.
Cool. Now, do you want to fix that one last issue because they're all stacked up?
Yes. So they need to be delayed or one. Yeah,
so
how
you could do this. Doing it delayed would be the best way. It would look really cool if they came out once every few frames, and you could do that, but that's going to be more complicated, and it's maybe not the last day of a jam thing to do.
Right.
So we can do it very simple and just have them all spawn out, but at different spots. So go back into that where you spawn them.
Here.
Yeah, so right now, instead of x plus equals 15, we're going to say, we're going to add in, okay, above this line on line 70, give us a new line. We'll make it less confusing by giving a new variable.
Okay.
A var underscore offset.
All right.
And we're going to say offset equals 5 times I.
Okay.
So what this means is on the first loop, I is going to be 0, so offset will be 0. Then offset will be 5, and then it'll be 10, and then it'll be 15 and 20. So what you want to do is you want to say, instead of plus 15, do plus offset.
Okay.
So do you get that though? That every time the eye loops through,
Yeah, so
offset is going to be a different number,
yep,
and then this way we get a dynamically spaced spawn.
perfect. Okay.
So yeah, let's try that. Let's see how that looks.
Nice.
That's not bad actually.
No, that's not bad. I think that makes it so it is now a workable game. The
Good
only
enough, right?
yeah, it's good enough. I need to add in a win factor, so once those people go into the tower, then it will give you a win scenario, like a sequence win menu, and that's it.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah.
So
And that's really easy, right? You just literally say if place. You just do a collision event, right? And just have them destroy themselves or whatever.
yeah, so if I'm doing that now that they're created, I can do that inside this tower and just do if place meeting with the with the tower, but I don't want it to be the first one. I want it to be they all have to be in.
Right. So that's what I mean. Don't
Oh,
even
okay.
use place meeting here. This is a perfect example for using big dumb collision events. Just say, hey, if I'm touching a tower, boom, I'm destroyed.
Okay. So actual collision.
Yep, exactly. Collision events are really
Game.
good if you just need two things that have been overlapped and you don't need to do anything complicated with them. Like a bullet touching a player, damage done.
Gotcha.
A passenger touching a tower, destroyed, right? You don't need any complexity to it. So yeah, you can literally just say like instance destroy and global dot score +1, or like money earned +25, or you can do whatever, right? If you put 5 passengers in, you can have like global dot score to win, increment global score by 1, and then when global dot score equals score to win, then you win the game or whatever.
Right.
But
Okay.
yeah, this is basically the loop. I think this is it, and then it's just at this point in a jam, it's like whatever amount of time for like more stuff that you need, right? Do you want to get like a score showing? Do you want fares? Do you want it to loop? Do you want it to just end after 5? You get to decide
Yeah, I
as you
think
do
it's
it
just
this
going to
time.
be end after 5. We're going to make it so that once it picks up, it goes here. Once they all touch it and they're all gone, then um it'll end. And I may add one flying object like a plane, just so you have something to avoid.
Yeah, that could be cool.
And that's kind of
One
it.
thought I had on a way to make it a little bit more, because right now there's almost no reason to go to the upper layer unless you overshoot. Um, which actually does make sense because you do have to go past the tower and then come back down. But I had a thought. You could also you could inverse the layers. You could make it so that the go right layer is the topmost layer, and that way you kind of have to fight.
You got to fight through it
Like
to
you
go
always
through
have
it.
to fight through the going left layer to come down.
Yeah.
But that might be like the hard mode. That would be a lot harder for sure. But
Yep. Yeah, but overall, not bad for just a
does that make
3-day
sense?
little game jam.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. I like the idea, and yeah, I think you're in a good spot because like even if a game is like it's a really simple game, obviously, but a simple game that's finished and working is better than like a big janky game that was overzealous and
Right.
doesn't get done and is broken. So yeah, I think you're like inches away from this being shippable for a jam game. So good stuff.
Yeah. Well, I
Cool.
appreciate it. And next weekend, I'll be starting the new 3-month project, that RPG one.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that. Now, when you say RPG, I was actually wondering this recently. Do you mean like JRPG?
Well, all right. So different elements. I want open world, like a little town style.
Yep.
So you can walk around, talk to. I was thinking like, oh, you started inside like a tavern, right? And
Okay, yep.
it's you get your quest from the barkeep, and he's like, okay, off you go and go on your quest. And then I was thinking JRPG for the fight of whatever you're fighting, because then I want it like more like turn based.
Yeah. Okay.
Those were the elements that I was thinking of, but Saturday will be sort of setting up the project, talking about what we, I think I want with stuff and what elements would be good to have in it.
Sure. Cool.
Yeah. A lot of theory talk on it
Yeah.
and then getting ready with it.
So the one warning I'll give you, because this is going to be like a systems based game, like a
It's gonna be
turn-based
hard.
system is more complicated. So this project, my biggest recommendation is definitely treat it like a learner project. Like
It is.
And
And
I mean where like your goal is to like, okay, I'm gonna have to learn, like I'm gonna have to like dive into docs. I'm gonna need to just like make a side project just to implement this like subsystem and like, okay, make sure I understand how this subsystem works.
right.
Like
Yeah,
I have a
and I don't
project
want it
that's
a
just called-
whole lot, so it may only have like 2 enemies and you're done with the quest or something, but it's to be able to set up the whole system with it,
That's the thing. With an action game, you can create 2 enemies and that's the game. But if you create 2 enemies within an RPG, that's just a bunch of stats and a sprite and a move list. You have to make
Sure.
a whole system.
Right.
That
And
makes
that's
those
where the
enemies-
concentration, I think, will be.
Yeah. So it'll be an interesting one, but
Yeah.
I think it'll be a good switch for you.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Well, I don't want to take up more of your time, but good work, and I'll catch you probably next week.
All right. Thanks, Shark.
No problem. Later.
All right. So far, all right. So this whole thing that I'm working on is for the Game Jam, for the New Mexico Game Jam. It's originally only 48 hours. This year they extended it, so it's due tomorrow. And it started on Friday at 6 p.m. I don't have any time tomorrow to work on stuff. So everything I'm going to finish off today. Unfortunately, though, I have run over probably by an hour of stream. There is some stuff I need to get done, and then we have some kitchen prep to get set up because Jeep and Annie there does her cooking stream at 4 p.m. Mountain Time, so in almost 4 hours from now. It's a little bit of setup, especially with some of the Halloween decoration stuff and all that, right? But so yeah, if you like cooking, follow, jump over for Jeep and Annie, and let's see if I can do a shout out right. There we go. It will be in about 4 hours is her cooking stream, which is every Monday, 4 p.m. Mountain Time. And then the rest of the time during the week, she does gaming streams. Anyways, I think we're at a good point. I need some other stuff, and then I'll be back to work on things tonight to finish this off. But let's find somebody to roll out to, and I hope everybody has a great day. I know it's the beginning of the week, and my week starts tomorrow, so it's always fun. So they make these meetings that I have like first thing in the morning, like first thing. I start at 7 and the meeting's at 7, so like, yep, always fun. All right, I see who we're gonna go catch and see what is going on here, maybe. All right, let me see what's going on. All right. I know exactly who we're going to go watch and see how they're doing and assist with catching a turkey. Right? So we're going to go visit Flannelbeard and help try to see if we can catch this turkey that he's working on, right? I hope everybody has a great day. I will talk to you all later. And Saturday will be the beginning of the 3-month RPG project, and I will see everybody there. And have a good one, folks. I will talk to you all later.